Testing. You. Alright. Oh Lord, hello Deemer, hello Sealy. Boy, okay. Truly the grind. Where is my stuff? This is the reference. Okay, I guess we continue. Yeah, I guess we just have to slowly grind through this. Yeah, I think it shouldn't we shouldn't have the black lines here. Huh? It would have just been the black lines that the lines would have just been right to show the ledge, I think. That's alright. Yeah, rendering's gonna be kind of subpar. It's always the dilemma, I think. Having like a rougher setup here makes it easier to do. Because you're naturally not worrying about being too precise when you're looking at it as well. And once the hard edges come, you have to be precise. But if you want to be so precise, why don't you just use a 3D rendering engine? Why you gotta do this by hand? You know, like, Hello, Duvet. Broski, what am I doing, Ski? We're gonna have like 2 sets of light layers for each thing, at least, I would say. Because we need one for the side that's hitting the light, and then something that's for like bounce light or whatever else that we want to illuminate. You're getting filtered, Duvet? I don't see anything. Low Mao. I see the Duvet Classic. What? No Duvet Classic? Duvet Classic? Oh, I thought this was the time lapse. Is that right, Duvet? Oh wait, Duvet Classic right here. The shapes are so cool. Man, I'm so tired. I have nothing. I just feel like the shapes are very nicely rendered. Right, I see. 0 feet. Oh, nice. That's probably our radiant mapping over here. I think it's an interesting way that they made it so that the background is basically not that important. Like you can tell what's happening, but then they made it so that you can be a lot more abstract with it, and you can still tell, and it doesn't mess up everything because the focus is right here in the front. Very nice. It's a good reference for maybe doing something similar in the future. Because we did that one study of like that one photo that had like an entire city in the back, and that was a bit of a chore. But that's only because I kept everything at the same sort of well, not necessarily the same values, but just kind of like the same transition. Like a very natural transition. This is a little bit not that natural, but in exchange you get to have a little bit more abstraction in the back. Nice. Wow, you see, wow, you guys can see the progression, right? As we're doing the Duvet dailies. In the beginning, it was just like, hey, rendering, nice patterns and shit. Now it's like, oh, I remember that one thing we did, and compositionally, this is actually similar, but yeah, different. And now we're getting ideas, but again, I feel like all these ideas are great and all, but if I don't practice them right now, I'm just gonna forget. I'm not gonna remember this. But slowly but surely we have progress. It would have been a lot more if I just stopped like doing stupid shit like setting up for After Effects or whatever, and we just paint it all day and night. I don't really feel for the water. I feel like the water... Maybe it's just a choice for like focus point, focal. I feel like I would make the edges a little bit crispier and a little bit darker to show the surface tension a little bit more. But pretty cool. I can't paint liquids anyways. Oh yeah, thank you, Duvet. Also, I don't know what's up with the story, but I'm getting very blackmail-y kind of vibes between the two characters. Oh yeah, thank you, Duvet. You like it? I find it a little bit okay, I see. I'm not a big fan, I think, of most things on this actually, if not everything. Very cool, very cool. Oh. It's not a lot of bounce light on the face. I wonder if it's because like otherwise the values would be a little bit too bright. I don't know, like because the palette here is very sort of, it's not that contrasty. So maybe it couldn't have been much brighter than this, because it feels like there's no bounce light rendered at all. Maybe this little bit, but this little bit feels like the orange light from the umbrella, which only just reminded me that translucent materials can become a light source through subsurface scattering, but it gets frame in the frame. Sometimes I see. Right, frame in a frame. Indeed, indeed. Dang, dude. God damn. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't share most of the enthusiasm for this specific artist. Very skilled indeed, though. Japanese King Lear? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. What you're referring to? I don't know what any of these franchises are, or IPs rather. Good stuff today. I scratch this. The main requirements were that it was to be It should have it, but I don't know what the downstream looks like. It's kind of scary to do so much right now. Yep, this guy needs to go on a step. Put up layer. The lighting here needs to go. Anything that is light related has to be on its own layer. This is very cumbersome. Because otherwise we cannot toggle the opacity. So as everything else toggles, this value here is stay consistent. Unless there is something magic in After Effects that allows you to do this easily somehow. If not, this is very, very cumbersome to animate. To say the least. Oh my god. No bueno. Yeah, also the mixing of the texture, the hard edge versus this feels very unnatural because if there are soft edges, why would this not be softer then, right? So unless I make everything kind of consistent like that, it might not work. But this also doesn't really work that well like this. That would mean that this guy here might need to get softer. The softness is a bit of problem because once I start, it goes everywhere. That means this guy has to do it. I need a new texture then. Just use noise for now, I think. posters were meant to be a little bit more off the walls. It just looks so weird that it's kind of straight. Kind of too lazy to deal with that right now. How do I want to deal with this? Would there be any difference in this? I can use this one. Oh, I see. This is composite. This is merged, so one single layer. It's kind of hard to work with. Easy. Hello, Igami. Oh my god. How do I deal with this? walls. Here. Any lighting on this wall must be rendered on a separate layer. Currently there are none. So like if this is the base color, any lighting that goes above should be rendered accordingly. This part can be brought lower. Then lighting goes on top, right? Okay, so the photographs and this poster is tricky. I have to paint them in flat light, dim them down with like some kind of multiply layer consistently, and then we apply lighting on top with a screen. And then the screen layer is the one that would have to be held. and then it would toggle that screen layer. I think that would be the play. But then now that if you're gonna do that, shouldn't I have just done that for everything? But like, okay, I mean, it is not something I'm familiar with, this screen layer usage. I mean, I've heard of it, I've seen it, I've never done it, and definitely not at this skill. So I think it still makes sense for us to not do something that we've never done before. But yeah, you know, it's like I think about it, it's like wait a second, like it's just like this, right? It's like the screen layer here, so that the text here, for example, would just be automatically touched and affected here. Although in this case, I'm not sure if I agree with the amount of effect that is on it. Because if that's the case, that means this guy here technically is on its own set of layers, with its own light layer, to then control its own colors, whatever that might be. In this case, I guess this. It's an easier way to do this. I'll just select this, and then I'll just apply like that. This way it's consistent. I hope. Maybe not as consistent as I like. This part being pure black, I don't like that. I don't think it should be pure black here. Now darkest colors should all be tied together. It can be a little bit darker, I suppose, but not that much. Oh, this guy is pretty dark. Nope, never mind, not even close. What is this? It's the double top. Okay. Oh, my bad. This is definitely a conversation to be had, I think. I think a lot of the other stuff with art, I can kind of grind it out. This one, we definitely should see what other people are doing. This is very cumbersome. Yeah, it should just be here. I think the fabric on this chair is meant to be white, in which case it shouldn't go even nearly this dark, but I guess it does, because like this part only goes there. Oh wait. Yeah, it could be a little bit brighter perhaps. Glowing here? No, by virtue of the fact it's not getting darker. Yeah, I don't know. Is it brighter then? It must be you. spell. Very good. Alright, because of the nature of this part here, I'm just gonna have to use the colors here, I think. I'm gonna take the... Oh, it's already faded. Okay, hang on. I think I have the original somewhere. I'm gonna use the colors that I have. And then just bring it down and work with that directly. Did I keep a copy? I think I did, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's way too tedious, I think. This is not the... I mean, it's gonna go one of two ways, right? Just like stocks. It only goes up or it goes down. But like for me, it's like... what drives this is the desire to have something complicated, to have something that is more impressive. And then with that desire, I will try to push as much as I can push. And then in that process, we are either going to get used to this process because we just get used to it. Then we can keep doing it. Or we find a way to speed up the process and then achieve equilibrium that way. Or we give up because we realize that our motivation isn't strong enough for us to keep doing this. Then in which case, it's also fine. Either one of these is fine, right? As long as we are working on things. We will find the place where we want to be eventually. And that's what matters. Yeah, I've seen Ronald's stuff, but only in the thumbnails of the voice chat. But I've also seen the completed ones. Those are also very insane. Kore nani? Is that a border? Selection not created. Oh, must not be on screen then. Anyways, as per yesterday, I think I'm gonna do as much as I can. If I get tired, we're gonna do something else. What the? Why is it so big? Oh, shit. Let's do this. This should cut it down to size, I think. No, it did not. Okay, no, I do this. I'm stupid. So now I have these two layers. I'm gonna put them out. And they're ready to go. Trig is here, right? So I'm going to just put this in spots here. Ready? Now we're gonna repaint this. I just need the colors. But because the previous ones isn't full opacity, I can't use what we have. Kinda sucks. Kinda stupid. I forgot to turn this on. Oh, thank God you can click that. So with this, if I bring this 100, I can pop it down. Okay, I need to get rid of this, messing up my colors. So this is the original color, right? I'm gonna push down to this layer, and this is the text. And I need to magic this guy down somehow. Just start by overlaying it on top. Nope, doesn't work. What do I do here? Maybe overlay is not the right one. Maybe it's just normal, actually. No, it's not enough to desaturate it. I think people use multiply for this, don't they? And then screen on top. This and this. Oh, kind of. Oh shit. kinda works, I suppose. I need to fix the yellow. Just the yellows, I think. Yeah, like for stuff like this, I wish there was like a very mathematical way to do this. So that it is... Well, actually, now that I think about it, like mathematically, it should be possible to compute this, right? It's just like what rendering engines does. So there is a way to do it mathematically and be 100% correct. But the issue then is more realistic lighting, which is not what we're doing here. So you still kind of have to do it yourself. Like, how are you supposed to know, like, make the math work? Oh, I'm making more yellow. Hang on, I'm stupid. Be stylized, you know, like it's not becoming less yellow, broski. What is that color? It doesn't even work. Oh, maybe it's more. It's been coming through red. Right, it sucks. What if I just lower the sat on this? Is that what I want? It feels very faded, but like, at the same time, it is not a bad idea to have it a bit more faded, because you don't want too much attention here either. But it depends on how I'm gonna paint over this too. But let's see what colors are we working with. Yeah, it's all already in the realm of blue here. It's all just saturated and desaturated blues here and there. I think this might have to do. I'm not too satisfied with it, but at the same time, it is what it is, I suppose. Can I make it a little bit more red, actually? Oh boy. Some more balancing maybe. Right, but technically it should be in the darkness, right? Pure dark. Yeah, this is quite hard to set up if you're doing this by hand, because technically, so given that the screen is the only light source, and if the screen's light source changes in intensity, everything else changes. So that means what we're saying, the range of values that it can take for everything is either like completely in the dark and with the screen at maximal brightness, whatever that means. So what we should have been doing, so if I wanted to use the screen technique, then what we're saying is I should have painted everything in complete darkness and decide what complete darkness meant. Then we put the screen in. That way the screen can be a single layer. And we can just toggle one single layer, and then but then the complete darkness, whatever rendering we do for that, can be on its own single layer too. But then what exactly are we painting then if there's no light source? Right? So there must be another light source somewhere. Huh. Anyways, this is definitely one of those what were we talking about? I think just now with Duvay's Dailies. There was that one piece with the city in the back, right? And then I was commenting on how, like, hey, we did this before, but because we were just doing a study, we had to draw in all the buildings, whereas they made it so that it's very simplified and abstract. And that was a great way to do it. But the only reason why I noticed that was because we spent like 10 hours. I spent like 10 hours on that one piece. So I now know that, hey, there was that specific issue that I had, and now there's a potential solution. The same for this one, I think. Like, we are going through this process, is very painful. It's not very optimal, and we're probably not going to get something that we're very proud of, pretty much guaranteed. But at the same time, this is going to leave such a deep mark in my mind that the next time I see someone else do something like this, I have something to work off of. I can analyze it a little bit better and understand what the challenges will be, was that they face, and how they figure out a solution for it. This is I think just the cost of doing business for art. I'm not gonna paint it realistic, George. Actually, I'm not sure. Actually, the paintings I agree can do realistic because it doesn't matter too much. The main issue with realism is the edges, right? But with respect to these pictures on the walls, they're flat anyways. So I will just be what you call it? I'll just be painting them somehow. It might be stylized too anyways, but the layer that does matter is just going to be that screen layer on top. Something like this. And then like later on when the screen flickers, we don't have the time resolution here. It's not rendering fast enough, but you can do shit like this. What's the plan anyways? Oh, I'm tired already. Just looking at this is very tiring. Oh, I see. This guy's interfering. Don't you guys feel inspired? Want to do something just as ambitious and complicated of your own? Look at how exciting this is. Think about all the money you can give Adobe. Holy shit. Fuck me, dude. Swear to God, this takes more than 1 month in Adobe After Effects. Oh yeah, over there. Wait, did I? Hang on a second. Okay, I'm not stupid. Okay. Yeah, I wonder how After Effects deals with like a bajillion layers. We have a bajillion layers, but then we can start combining layers later. Like the only reason why they're layered right now is so that I can put different colors and shift them around a bit. But if we're gonna be toggling layers, it really is just a matter of toggling the main light versus the bounce light. There's only two differentiation here. Right, whatever surface that's facing the screen will probably react more, and then the bounce light will react a bit less. Actually, honestly, in terms of the math, maybe it's the same amount. Maybe I'm toggling them from 0 to 100% opacity in the exact same way, actually. We will know once we see it, right? But it could be that we don't really have to do too much. But of course, we have to do the translation between like bajillion layers now into like 3 layers later. So the base color, the color in the dark, and then the bounce, and then the direct lighting. Better than my skin. Over. Bingo. Only thing we know. It looks fine here. It looks oddly dark here. So maybe they're not the same. Higher than I have ever been. Right, right. I see. There's a value mismatch here. So the chair here presumably is some kind of a white piece of cloth, and then it's getting the lights, blah blah blah. But the poster here is, if it's white, why is it like not as bright even though it's closer to the thing, right? So that's what the I imagine it's gonna be a lot of these issues. Right, it would be like that instead. Maybe it's more like that, actually. The value balance is different in ours, but yeah, this is quite dangerous, no? It is very strong. If I flicker on and off, it's quite intense. What is a standee? As in like it's like a support frame thingy, right? Yeah, this part is hard. I actually don't know what to do with that color. Do you mean easel? Because Eisele is not a... I don't think it's a word. It's a name. Like someone's name. Oh, wait. No, it's some artist's name? Oh, Easel is Easel. I see. So you're using an easel for your tablet. What's a standee? A self-standing display promoting a... Okay, so it's like a poster stand, I guess? Uh-huh. I see. Do I see? Ah, okay. So you're referring to it as okay. That's fair enough. I'm just trying to establish the words. Now we're on the same page. Move around, huh? I mean like it's sliding around? Sliding around. Sliding. Away. What was I doing? Lomao, I forgot. Where is the photo? This guy? Slice around when you put pressure. I see. You need like rubber feeds on the thing at the bottom or something. Maybe a bunch of books to jam it, make it sure that it doesn't move. If the tablet's sliding on the easel itself, you can use like clips or something. Those black ones, like a triangle or something. Rubber feeds, as in like FEETS. Sorry. Double plural. But rubber feet. Did someone say feet? No. What? Nice feet. What? Who said that? Away. Right, yeah. Sorry, I'm not giving you anything useful. Maybe like, yeah, I wonder how you tie it to the bottom, right? But if you have rubber bands or something. Easel, huh? I think I had this problem before when I was going to that one artist class for like 1 or 2 months for once a week. And then it was yeah, we had to draw on the easel, so I got an easel at home, but then the easel was kind of moving. I think I just jammed it against the wall. Oh, I remember tying strings between like the legs so that they will open to a certain extent. And then what? How does that stop it from I don't know, man. Maybe the problem is easel, like in the first place. Like, do you have to use that? Does your tablet not come with a stand? Interesting. You didn't buy the stand. Oh. Well, what about like one of those like tablet holders for like people who like to view like, you know, like watch TV on the tablet or something? You know, like those phone holder thingies? but slightly bigger for tablets maybe. Like I guess the point is you don't want to spend money, right? Because then at that point you might as well buy a real thing. Too low. When I used to draw in my with my old table, the tablet was too low, so I put a bunch of books below the tablet, like below the stand, and then I put the tablet on the stand. So it was like a, you know, more of a fall hazard than it is right now. Very exciting, of course. I mean, doesn't your easel and setup sound like a a hassle and a waste of space? Sounds like a hassle to keep it from moving, and then you have to use even more space for a big easel. No, I actually have no idea. Like you're talking about full size easel, right? How do you even? Isn't that pretty low too? Anyways, it's hard to imagine the specific setup you have. I mean, too much hassle, too little hassle is up for you to decide. That's for sure, right? From my point of view, I feel like it's the same thing. Like, you know, saving money is nice and all, but like the whole point of money is to buy convenience and save your brain power for something more useful. But it's up to you to make the value judgment. Most of what money buys is convenience, after all. I would say it's worth it because you're gonna be drawing a lot. I see. No choice then. Yeah. My God, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I want here. The proper rendering will require a little bit more thought into the lighting, the shadow shape, because the light source is not a single point source. But it's a lot of work. Where is my hello? Hello? Hello there. think that's true. Let me see. There needs to be a better way to work on this. If every character is just as complicated with their own set of colors, having a bunch of layers like this is really, really crazy. Obvious idea to try would be to put all the similar colors together and then reduce the number of distinct colors. Which is fine, but is there any issue here? So what, like I'm saying, all the skin colors already merged. If we merge out of blue for clothing, right? So we're still separating by different groups. But within that group, we are merging similar colors. Okay, I think that makes sense. Surely. There must be a limit to this madness here. Everything has their own layers, yes. Every single object has their own base layer. Well, maybe not every single thing, but like a lot of these things have their own base layer. On top of that, their own color layer. And then the idea is that there's going to be at least 2 more layers. Well, one of the layers would be bounce light. Another one would be well, I mean, I guess 3 layers then. Base layer, which is the light, which is the color of the object in darkness, supposedly, right? And a color for the side of the object that is getting hit by the light directly. And then a color, and then a layer for bounce lights, or maybe multiple ones depending on multiple light source for bounce lights. No, again, like there's a very specific reason for doing this, right? If all we wanted was the illustration, I could have just painted it, like what we have on the left side. There's a reason for this inefficiency. It's because I don't know what's happening in After Effects, and if you want to be able to animate it, you kind of have to toggle them a bit. The most that we can merge is just the main light and the bounce light. That's the most that we can merge. But the problem with that is that suppose you have a change that you have to make to the main light. If you want to change the vibes here and there, how are you going to do that? You have only one layer. You're going to have to repaint that. So everything is thought out in that sense. But it's only thought out as far as I have experience with. Like I don't know what's happening downstream. All of this is because I don't know what's happening downstream. That's why there was an idea where at some stage, like even right now, we could just jump into After Effects and just start animating. Because the animation presumably is going to be just toggling layers opacity. In which case, it's fine. I can just swap out the layers with the updated version and keep all the After Effects settings and animations. And we don't have to redo any of that. But After Effects requires payment. It's going to require me to go spend some dollar bills to get it set up. And it's not ready. So I figured I'll just keep working on this for now. Wait, what? Adobe is gonna be bankrupt? I don't think so. I mean, they are losing viewers. They are losing users because of the power, like money hungry policies. But you know, being that they are so money hungry, they're only doing it because they're still making money. They're making more money probably by doing so. If they're gonna lose money by making people leave, or like if they're gonna do something that makes people leave to the point where they're gonna start losing money, they wouldn't do it in the first place, right? So it's only because they're still making more money with those choices. It just looks like I mean, short term they're probably gonna lose some money, but like I think long term they'll be fine. I don't want to use words like that because those kind of very abstract terms means different things to different people. Specifically for myself, I don't know what they mean exactly. That's why I'm not a big fan of using words like that because I thought it might be a bit confusing. I just feel like it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? If all you want to do is make a bunch of money, why would you kill your own company? Unless that's not their goal, right? Maybe they have some hidden agenda. Maybe there's some conspiracy somewhere. But like, assuming they're making money, trying to make money. Short-sightedness? Yeah, possible, right? Maybe short-term gains. But it doesn't look like they're making short-term games either. I just feel like they probably control enough of the market that whatever things that they do will lead to a good amount of people leaving. But then whatever people that are still staying and continue to use them at the higher price will make up for that. And therefore they will make more money overall. At least if you think about the decision making behind the scenes, they should be thinking in some ways like this. They wouldn't make it unless they have confidence it is still going to make them more money. Hmm. What do you even do today? I feel like I didn't do anything today. Yeah. Maybe they won't survive. Maybe they will, but that's my stupid ass keyboard. Oh, it's here. I think keyboard is probably the one thing I'll just simplify. Honestly, I don't see myself going too much further with a lot of the rendering. Like the posters and stuff, we still have to set up. That's how we have to set up. But like, I don't think I'll be rendering everything like crazy. It just doesn't work so well with the way this is right now. In order to do that, I think we need to have to be able to start merging layers here. Otherwise, it ain't gonna cut it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 rows here. Is there more space between the top? There is slightly more, right? I guess it's not, it's a bit more perspective to this. Oof. somehow. It's not nearly big enough. Oh, actually, these would extend a little bit beyond the keyboard, no? Because they're standing off the keyboard here. 3 keys, 4 keys, so this should be slightly less. How should I do this? Yeah, I should make the square brush work for me here. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Hang on. None of these keys are joined. Oh my god. Because I've never used a keyboard in my life before. Actually, why not just do this and then just cut it? Then we fix the edges here. Shit. Too much space, huh? Maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I shouldn't dig my own grave here. Well, the more details I add, the more I have to add elsewhere, right? Is the thing. Otherwise, they're not consistent. Because details is part of the comp, right? The more detailed, the more people look at it. If you don't want it to be looked at, then you shouldn't detail it so much. I mean, so here's the thing, right? I could do that, or I can not spend that time making something that I don't really need it to be that detailed. Because again, it also implies I have to do it elsewhere. And also, if you want to look for something that will work, we don't want something that's flat, because I am kind of painting in the thing then. Then we have to figure out the geometry of every single key. We have to figure out where, like, because viewing it at an angle, then we're gonna start to have issues with the edges on the side, no? Once we get to that point. So I might as well just leave it as is. Because you're gonna have like the whole key thing here. And I guess I need more shadows here. Yeah, I don't know. But we can do that. I'm just gonna leave it for now. Because we have bigger problems at this point. But wait, what layer is this? Oh, I see, that's why it's on. I mean, this is just a little bit too much work. What? Where is this guy? Oh. Actually, why is the light going backwards? Actually, now that I think about it, should it go forwards? What? Huh? I had a bit of that, but I made it a little bit too much. Because it's meant to be from the bounce light, but it's not gonna be as strong as from the main source here. I messed up the part here. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna go get some food. I haven't eaten dinner yet. It's like 12 a.m. almost. No, it's 11:30 a.m. PM. Indeed, I'll be here still. I'll be back. Testing. I am back. My god. I had some leftover food from 9 hours ago. I am now ready to go. Thank you, Igami. How's my meal? My meal is mediocre. There was some takeout that I bought like 9 hours ago. So I don't have to cook dinner. But I never got hungry, so I never ate. And I wonder why my stomach doesn't want to play nice, but... Eat is what eat is. Yum, 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 yum. Smoothie. Oh, I see. You're doing meal prep, right? That's what you're saying. Meal prep. Yeah, it would be nice. It's just I'm permanently tired. A lot of these meal prep stuff, or make your life easier or like live healthier kind of thing, you have to plan ahead and make extra effort to make things happen. Like going out and planning your food, buying all the ingredients, spending like a couple hours just prepping everything and putting it away, and then all that. And that's like until it becomes like a part of your routine, it's like additional work, right? So you need extra energy to get started. And then if you're always tired, then you never really find that energy to really to get it started, and then you're always in your own existing sort of cycle. That's where I'm at, basically. It is good that it would be nice, I mean. Would be nice indeed. Wait, where are you again, George? You're not in like a entirely different country. Why can I not paint? Am I stupid? What? Oh, because the skin is there. I'm so stupid. There must be a better way to do this. There must be something else that I'm missing. I think like initially the idea was very nice, like what I thought we can achieve with something like this. And it is still pretty nice, I think. If you can make something that moves, that interacts, that's interactive, that would be really cool, right? But making something like this is a bit way too cumbersome for anything like that would have meaning to myself. Or maybe that's not the right way to think about it too. I don't know. I'm thinking in the sense that like a lot of my inspirations are very fleeting, right? They happen for a split second and then it's gone. And you really want to capture like ideally you would be drawing while being inspired, while still feeling the inspiration, because then that's, you know, the best way to keep everything accurate to your ideas at that point in time, because ideas would drift and disappear over time. So something this long and complicated inherently doesn't play nice with that. But at the same time, though, like the inspiration themselves to be accurate to that, you do have to have enough complexity and stuff. So maybe it is just how it is. Because ideally, after you're done with drawing that piece, you can go back to it and you can look at it again, and you'll still be able to capture and go back to that moment when you first experienced it. Without enough detail and resolution, you're not going to be able to do that. Or maybe it's better that way. I also have no idea. Because, like, if you have, like, a mass of color blobs, right? Yes, you don't really see exactly what you saw the first time. But at the same time, it gives you enough space for you to imagine again. And explore that space again in your imagination. Rather than being told what is the... I have no idea. Somewhere in here is an answer, I think. Yes, very good, Igami. Progress. That's nice. Very nice. Yeah, it's I might be done with that for tonight. It is very suffocating because it's very slow. It's very slow and very deliberate. Oh, sorry, this is not the one I want. It's not as free as just sketching and painting would be. Something in here though, right? Mm-hmm. Is that what I said? Um, I feel like I might have said something like Friday is like a time to goof off and stuff. Uh, I You're right. I do remember saying that. I think very vaguely. My God, my memory. I think it's one of those things that I said pretty often too. At least like over a few weeks, and then I stopped, and I guess the memory faded. But regardless, right? Like I'm trying to, so I'm just gonna like write down some thoughts here because everything is kind of heavy. Um, I'm trying to understand what's the best way to think about everything, because oh, my music ended. Let's do this one. You guys said you guys like this one. I'm just gonna play this. I still haven't heard this piece, this video. This Animal Crossing inspired playlist. But so what am I trying to sort out here is I want to achieve my goals. And in order to do so, you have to do a lot of things. You have to get better technically, but you also have to explore what is it that you need to do, right? What is the kind of content you want to create at the very end? And this is currently what we're doing. We're trying to explore the limits of what can be done. If I want to combine all these things together, how might that look like? How might that feel like? And how might we go about doing it? That's kind of what this is. Although, given that if this was meant to be a truly like exploration kind of thing, then we are not doing it right either, right? We should have done this a little bit more lightweight rather than having this many elements. You can also make the case that this is the only way to test it because, you know, if you want to test it, you might as well test it in full. You want to see exactly how far you can go. So I guess it's just a matter of framing, like priorities. But either way, this is what this is. But it's gotten to the point where it's like so sort of tedious and slow, I suppose. And also along with like issues where I don't really necessarily see the vision anymore. I still like we can just keep going and doing this and we'll get somewhere. But the original thing that inspired me, that made me really want to do this is gone, right? That feeling is always gone. I think like humans in general, like either the memory, we don't have very good memory, or we're just really good at adapting, right? Because like once you're put into a new situation, you kind of adapt, and then that sort of weird feeling, whether if it's a good one or the bad one, it's just kind of gone. But regardless, that's gone right now, so it's just very tedious. So here's the thing. I know for a fact that if I stop right now, we don't learn anything. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna finish this. That is not up for debate. But the scheduling is the problem here. I would like to get this done as quickly as possible because it's something that's stuck in my head. But in order to do so, we have to kind of keep pushing and pushing and pushing. But this pushing is getting a little bit detrimental, I think. Because it is very tedious, and at this point it's too mentally fatiguing to be effective and efficient, but effective being the main reason. I can no longer effectively see and feel what colors and setup I want. So I'm going back. So this is the whole trip, the whole analysis nonsense right now. The important thing here is I'm going back to the idea of progress, right? Progress is the most important thing about getting progress done is to keep yourself drawing. And if things become mentally fatiguing to the point where you're not drawing effectively, then you should probably stop. That is my idea of this. And we are basically at that point. So what I'm trying to work out here is that if the most efficient path is defined to be just always drawing and always moving forward, always putting things out, then what we're doing now is not good. But that being said, the goal here, it depends if the goal is either technical skill or if it's an exploration for, let's call it like an endgame exploration. Because I guess it is a difference in the goal here. We are either doing this or we are either doing that. Sorry, give me a second, Yugami. Totally safe general? Is that sarcastic? It is. I might need some time, Yugami. There's a lot of reasons for this. Currently, I'm not aligned to evaluating stories, and also because it's RIA, I have to pass by a lot of checks. If you're just talking about sort of the setup of the manga, I am not 100% sure what the top left panel is doing. I'm not sure what the two top panels are doing. The middle one I can see she's leaning against the wall. The last one is a zoom in. Actually, the zoom in, I feel like you can zoom in even more to the point where like the face is like 80%. Like 80% of the canvas is covered by the face, perhaps. But the top two, I'm not sure. And then in terms of the text, I won't be able to give you an answer because the processing required for Ria is very heavy. Currently, I'm not equipped to do that. Top left is her touching the mirror. So is the okay? I see it. Is the top one? Is the very top right her reflection or her in front of the mirror? I'm not sure what the middle, like the squarish part is. Is that the wall? I think I know what's happening. Okay, I think I know what's happening. So, wait, is that a broken mirror? I see. Top right is I feel like top right maybe is like a view like of her in front of the mirror, and then the other part, the middle top is like the wall or something, right? Ah, okay. I don't know if it's because of the way it's drawn or just because like maybe in most cases there'll be more context for the environment, because I can't tell what the environment is. Like it's just the top part that was a bit confusing, but everything else I get. I get the vibes that it's trying to convey. Actually, let me parse this since we're at it. I'm gonna parse the text of it. I need some time here. Yeah, Igami, you feel free to try put anything you want. There's a good chance that it's probably not gonna be accurate to who she is. Her direction is slightly, I think, different. I think there is some interesting aspects to the text that you have written. Currently, I'm not getting any hits on some of the ideas that I have, but it is interesting. Yeah, but don't worry about like stuff like that. If you're worried about whether if it's accurate or not, there's nothing to be accurate to at this point. So definitely feel free to do anything you want. You know, I'd be interested to see what people have, what kind of sort of ideas or impressions of her. Because even if it's not accurate, like to who she actually is, it is very interesting because any aspect of anything that involves her, I can use as a way to build her up. As a counter example, or even just as a adjacent opinion, right? Because it doesn't, just because a character isn't like that doesn't mean that other people cannot perceive her to be like that, right? It could be that in the universe, you know, people don't necessarily understand her that well, and then they understand her to be a different person than who she really is, and that's also very interesting in its own right. So I would, you know, like from what you're saying, like the text was supposed to be a placeholder. I don't know what to add. Like, you know, if you want to change it, if you don't want to change it, or you just want to let it sit, anything is fine. Yeah, don't worry too much about it. I don't know what Ria's motivations are. Is the thing. The role that she has to play is very it's quite extreme. I think So like her motivations is always kind of hard to decide because I don't know. Actually, it's what I would like to ask her. But anyways, thank you very much. Is that why you've been working on for the past few hours? That's pretty quick. If it's just the past few hours. Ideation to paneling to putting all the characters in. Like, it's kind of insane the number of times you have to draw a character in manga. It's just non-stop drawing characters. In the pursuit of excellence, you have to put in hard work, and hard work that gets you to your goals involves iteration and involves feedback. But the most important thing is having that goal. I think currently it's just a bad framing in my head, because in my head I feel like we haven't drawn anything, we haven't painted anything, and therefore we're not making good progress, and therefore we're wasting time. But the truth of the matter is that if we're doing what we're doing right now, painting this complicated piece or setting it up, the goal isn't to get better at drawing. The goal is to explore what the end goal is. And with that goal in mind, this is basically the most efficient path forwards. So there's nothing wrong with taking a bunch of time to do this. It is supposed to take time. It is going to take time. So I need to basically mentally separate the two parts, right? Yeah. Actually, I feel like a new thing is coming on here, because up till now we have multiple sort of nuggets of distilled knowledge slash wisdom slash kind of models, right? We have the way of thinking about sort of art styles, way of thinking about the art in general, just as like what is art, what is stylization, that kind of stuff. But then the thing that have always kind of popped up here and there is sort of the mental, the correct way to think about, to not necessarily think about anything, but just to evaluate and sort of do emotional management, because art is inherently very core to someone's being, right? It's your personal voice, is what you're spending a lot of time doing and honing, and it's a part of yourself. So when things don't meet expectations, it's very easy to get affected, and it's very easy to not meet expectations because you're always seeing good stuff compared to your own, and the progress is very, very minuscule each time, and it's basically not noticeable. So let me see here. So this whole topic here is more about sort of how you're supposed to regulate. Can find a cool acronym later, but like so art is personal. That's number one. I will argue that this is the case. Actually, Mia in the past said that there's a lot of people who does art for non-personal reasons. That I cannot relate to, because I feel like every artist is trying to do something very personal. But regardless, that's not the point. The point is, for me, this is the truth, right? This is a universal truth for me. And what does this mean, right? This means that it's if fail slash not meet expectation. My handwriting is gonna get worse as I'm trying to write faster. So you would take a hit, and because it's easy, I need to find a way to sort of organize the text later, but easy to, because There's a lot of good artists to compare to, right? Is you only notice the greatness of other people. You don't ever see their flaws, well, for the most part. Um, or rather, you will only choose to look at the people that are really good in the first place. So there's a bias in that. That and also nowadays is easy access, right? You open up your SNS. Sorry, you open your social media. I don't want to use Japanese word for it. Open up social media, and all you see is like great pieces. And then the second thing is that uh, progress is very slow. So because of these two reasons here, or maybe more reasons too, right? I don't know if there's more right now. There's only two that comes to mind, but it becomes very difficult to handle all these different emotions. So I think in order to handle it, there should be two things that needs to be made clear. Uh, so number one is like things two. Let me see. So like recently, I've been talking about how like people are not really sure if what they're doing is the right thing, right? Igami have had that. We've got to talk to show about it, but it's really hard to know if you should be working on A or working on B, or like even if you know you're working on A, what are you supposed to do to work on it? What is the correct way to work on it? There's like a lot of these kind of things, right? So there's two parts I think to all these sort of emotional issues. I don't want to use the word issues perhaps, but all these sort of the emotional regulation part. There is the part where you kind of have to find the correct thing to do for yourself at any point in time. And then there's the emotional regulation part where, because the doing part inherently is very grindy, inherently is very slow, uh, we have to deal with it in that other way. Sorry, I'm not being very clear here. I think. Oh, I see what the pathway is here. So we should always start off like your train of thought from the core issue, right? The core issue is that you don't feel so good. But then we need to figure out if this feel bad. Sorry. Not meet expectation. I'm gonna assume this is the main reason for not feeling good. Let me think. So I draw something, it doesn't come out the way I want it to be. I don't feel very good about it. I draw something, I cannot draw the thing. I feel bad about it because I think I should be able to draw it. I draw something, it came out the way I want it to be. I send it up to Twitter, no one liked it. That is also a bad thing, right? That is also sort of not meeting expectations. So I feel like most of the issues are probably expectations related. So now the problem is this expectation that you have. Why is it not meeting expectation? Is it because of a let me see. So I'm trying to bring it down to what you should be doing, right? So not meeting expectation. If I do something and I'm not meeting expectation, let's say I want to draw something, I can't draw it. Right, I think most of it would be from uh I can't hold text in my head, so I'm gonna have to write this down. Oh, but what about the skill issue can do, right? Skill issue can do requires. I mean, oh yeah, okay. It's kind of very similar. Okay, I'm trying to bring it down to like the very core factors and then decide on like actually what am I trying to figure out here? Yeah, I'm getting a little bit overwhelmed by a lot of different ideas flooding my head. I'm getting very confused as to like what is it that I'm trying to figure out here. Originally, it started because I just wanted to figure out if it's okay for me to stop doing what I'm doing for now, right? And do a sketch. That was what I wanted to figure out. And then I figured out that it's just a difference in your goals, right? If your goals is A, then you do things for A. Otherwise, you do things for B. And then from there, I wanted to distill out the whole idea of sort of feelings. So right now, I'm not feeling so good because it's slow progress, right? I think I'm in this path now. So right. So for us, it's right here. I don't feel so good because I think it's slow. It's not meeting my expectation for being able. My expectation in this case was being able to finish it in like 1 or 2 weeks, right? Which I think is really long already. But we're on like week 3. Granted, there's a lot of sort of in betweens. There were like some animation there. There was like some other thing. I think I can't quite remember what was here and there. But sometimes I talk about stupid shit like this, right? That drags out the time. But it is slow. It doesn't make me think. So now the problem for me is, am I doing the right thing here? And it really depends on the goals in this case. And in this case, we are doing the right thing, provided that the goal. So how do you know? So there are what are goals, and also doing the right thing can also depend on, like, for example, if you just want to get better at technically, then doing the right thing means practicing. But how do you know we are practicing correctly, right? So you might need people to tell you that you're doing it correctly. Someone you can trust. I see a good argument for having the website so you guys don't have to read my stupid ass handwriting anymore. But doing the right thing could mean that, is this the right way to do the practice, or also is this even the right practice, like this right area to target? But all of these things, if it's yes, you just carry on because it is inherently going to be slow. If it's not, then you do something else and you figure out what the something else is supposed to be. And again, I'm just trying to target this feedback feeling. And because if you know like the reasons for this, you can trace back and target the specific thing and then convince yourself that you're doing the right thing and that this is fine and this will go away. In this case here anyways. If you're doing stuff like social media response and you're feeling bad because it doesn't meet your expectation, I don't know what to do with this, by the way. This I imagine will be very different for every person because you can reevaluate from a more objective point of view as to like, hey, maybe people just don't see it, or maybe people see it and don't like it. And then from there, you can sort of figure out like what each reason could be, and then you can work the algorithm. So that's like an entirely different thing. And then there's the skill issue part, which is just it can't do things, right? And you feel bad because you can't do it. I think in that regard, it really is just practice, I suppose. To some extent, this is kind of related to this, because I feel like I can't do this, but you just kind of have to grind it out. The solution here is kind of the same. But I guess specifically for this, right? Let's say you want to draw something, you want to draw a painting, and you realize you can't draw it, or something bad about it. Then the specific way to target it would be to break it down, I guess. Oops. I guess this is it for now. I thought this would be a little bit clearer. It's not as clear as I would like it to be. And then if we want to be comprehensive, we have to go down this giant ass list here. This giant list of everything here, because everything here is basically something related to sort of emotion. Because like worrying about efficiency, worrying about correctness, like all of these things are essentially just you not meeting this expectation that you have about progress, and you're trying to sort of reevaluate, and to some extent that's fine, but then it's very easy to get out of control. Yeah, this is like you see this. Some things might just work or not work. You don't have to find a correct reason. Find a reason and make things always make sense. This is kind of like the skill issue thing, right? Sometimes you can't draw it, and that's fine too. There's a limit to how much you can do, and there's a limit to how much time you have. So you don't have to solve it and figure out everything. That's what this is supposed to be. Getting feedback is kind of adjacent. I think not very directly relevant, perhaps. Planning. This is also a expectation thing, right? You plan for something, and then it doesn't go to plan, and then you feel bad that you didn't meet the expectation that way. But at the same time, it's only, you can only do things after you have failed it before and you have an idea of what's happening. Otherwise, there's nothing to plan either. Skill issue, social media, not meeting expectations, slow progress. Yeah, skill issue, right? That will fall under skill issue. Outcome not being the thing. What do you want to have in that piece? Sorry, what this one? Sorry, what do you mean by element, George? Do you mean like the idea, the emotion that I'm trying to convey? Right. Well, assuming you guessed correctly of your own intentions. I don't know, melancholy, I would say. Oh, sorry. The idea for this was entirely born in my head. Like, of course, it's not in a vacuum, right? It's based off of the reference that we saw. But the ideas that I had, the thing that I want to portray, wasn't found in the references themselves directly. Like here, right? This one here. These two were picked for a very simple thing. It was just meant to be a color practice where I carry the color over into this complicated setup. That's all I wanted to do. But I got a little bit carried away, and then as I was setting up the scene, I started having new ideas, and that's how we end up here. If I were to choose one word to represent the scene, it would be like melancholy. It would be like I think loneliness doesn't count because she doesn't want to be with someone anyways. It's just more of an existential crisis kind of thing. But yeah, I don't really know how to go from words like that into like onto canvas. I think inherently like emotions and feelings and vibes and all these sort of themes are very multimodal. It's not just about what you see, it's about what you feel, maybe the temperature of the air, the echoes in the room, right? The reverbs off the walls. The fact that you're sitting in front of a computer desk and you have this wall in front of you and ceiling in front of you and it's like overwhelming you kind of vibe. Doesn't really look like her, is it? Is that not what you're looking for, George? Another answer, perhaps? If you can give an example, maybe it would help me understand. Oh, I see. Is that the answer they were looking for? If it is, that's great. If it's not, oh, you get the point of that piece? I see. Well, right. Sorry, I double-taked because I'm not sure if that is the point of that piece per se. I used the word per se. I need a per se counter. But, the point of the piece, I wouldn't say is to convey an emotion specifically. The most important, what was it called? The main reason, right, why I'm doing it is because I want to explore the technology stack. I'm not necessarily trying to sell the idea as much as I would just like to explore the technology, which is maybe why I'm feeling what I'm feeling. That is too tedious, because I made it too tedious, right? I made it more involved about storytelling, when in my heart, all I wanted was to just check out the stack. And then I think, okay, and now that with your question or with this explanation, I think this is probably why I have this disconnect. Why I feel like it's so tedious is because that wasn't my goal, right? If my goal was to tell a story, then this would have been completely justified. But my goal wasn't to tell a story. I know I made it out to be that way. I know I talked a lot about the storytelling and the scene and all the build-ups and stuff. But I guess even I was not sure. Like, I am sure now that actually, hey, so there's another entry here, right? Storytelling. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Now that this is clear, right? I can properly frame myself. I frame my mind here with respect to this piece. So if I want to explore the endgame thing, this is how we're gonna do it. But if we're gonna talk about practicing art and getting better technically, which is the main goal of this year, by the way, not even storytelling, right? The main goal is here. These are good to have, because eventually we're gonna need these. But these require this, because if you're not able to sort of draw properly and comfortably, you can't reliably create a story or create designs, you know, stuff like that. So this is endgame tech stack exploration versus story design. Well, actually, let's just separate it out. So actually, we have multiple goals here. Wow. Okay. We can actually go all the way back. I can go all the way back to this, actually, what I've written earlier last year. The ultimate goal is to create a world, right? But in order to do so, we need all of those things that we talked about just now. So there's all these things here, right? Gain skills. You can actually see that things are consistent. I just didn't write this down yet because it wasn't in my mind at all. This isn't on my mind at all because this is something that comes naturally, I think, if you have the skills and ideas. So I don't think I should work for it specifically. But in any case, the skills are here, you see. And this will be more art technicals for this. And the endgame exploration is something new. This is entirely new because it is not just about the skills, it's not just about community, but about how to present this world, right? We have multiple parts. We have the part where we design the world and we have the part where we present it. So this is the presentation start. And then storytelling and design, that would be specifically for this, but comes after this, which I didn't write down. I'm pretty sure I have an idea back then even, but I didn't write down because I know that yo, yeah, like look at this. This is presentation, right? Expand story? No, not quite. This is just additional. Oh, this is just additional things. Okay, this framing makes so much sense now. Let me think about this. Oh, okay. This makes so much sense now because then Live 2D is not really That's why Live 2D wasn't that important because it falls under the same sequence as this, right? It's just a technology exploration. It's just another way of presenting the idea. So that's the part where you are generating idea and then presenting idea. So generating idea, right, generating and presenting, but presenting has two parts. One is the creation of the content and one is the presentation of the content, which inherently is very coupled together. Anyways. Sorry, I don't think this is what, I don't know what content you guys are here for, but I'm imagining it's probably more art related. Maybe by now, like, it's kind of changed. After 300 streams of me ranting about random stupid shit, maybe this is the kind of content you guys are here for. But I do apologize if this is not, because it is a mess, I have to admit. This is a huge mess. My streams are... To be fair, this is kind of the goal that I wanted. I wanted the streams to be a very real look into everything behind the scenes, because time-lapse always abstracts away too much. But this is the very raw part of me just working out exactly what it means to me to draw. Every single part of this, I have no idea what I'm doing. But as I'm forced to sit here and explain my ideas, I'm slowly working all of these things out. So now it's becoming very clear, right? In order to create this world, you have multiple different parts to this. And they exist at different tiers of this. So a world requires design, right? By definition, a world requires design. So how should I present this? How should I write this down? So I need ideas, right? Ideas, and this is design. And this refers to character and world design. So we have this component here that we need, right? And this is just... sorry, let me separate out the word idea. Idea is too vague. Okay, let me just do this then. Char, world, design. And then besides adjacent to this, we have story, right? The whole point of the world is not just to have a world, but you need a story to bring out, to immortalize certain things that I want to do, that I have experienced. My friends, my family, that kind of thing. My own story. And then we also have the way that these things are presented. Oh my god, this... So we have presentation. And these guys kind of feed into this. You need the idea, you need the story, you need to have something to present, right? You don't just present nothing. So this is how it would frame it. And then behind this is your technical skill, right? Here is where your art technicals come in. This is where your art technicals come in. And this is where your sort of fundamentals of art is, right? This is where my art model exists. So let me just expand this. So you have your fundamentals, art model, and then what is the style? You know, and then your like emotional regulation that we were just talking about, right? Your framing of your mental and all the other things. This is where that part comes in. And I'm only including this under art technicals because this is necessary to sort of build up this, right? This is not exactly art, but it's necessary. And then on top of this, we have let me go back and consolidate all my information here. So I have like we have like a lot of these God damn it, where is it? Where did I put it? Dang it, I think it's like here. So we have the world design development stuff. We have the process of art, and then we have the style of art, and then there's the model of art, which I think is part of this. Right, this is very outdated by now, because we keep iterating on this. But basically all of these documents, they kind of fall into here at some point in time, right? Essentially the story here is my story development idea. So 00dev JPEG and 00dev 2.jpg. I know this doesn't mean a lot to you guys. One day you guys will see this on the website once I get the stupid ass UI design done. So, and the equivalent on this side does not exist, by the way, because we haven't really done any of this yet. If you, you know, you guys probably know by now, right? So there's more stuff here that we don't know yet. But the story, the way the story is planned out, the way the story and the world, actually they're kind of connected. But those things are described in here, which I can show you guys real quick. But the idea is that if you're building a world, if you're writing a story, you can do anything you want. So how to make it make sense for yourself, how to make it have value. In my case, because I'm only ever going to write one story. I don't want to write 10,000 stories. Then how should I go about deciding it? And I want it to be character focused, right? Rhea has to be Rhea is the reason why this exists. So everything should be about her. Not directly, but everything should pivot around her. But I still don't know what Rhea is like either. So now we have this dilemma of everything should be for her, but she also is related to everyone else. So what comes first? Why don't we create adjacent characters that then represent different ideas and different themes, and we use these to then interact with Rhea and therefore figure out who she is. So I'm exploring who she is with you guys, just like Igami drawing his idea of Rhea. I can take that into consideration. I can think about the implications of the certain story ideas that were presented, and so on and so forth, right? And also there's some other timeline nonsense here. But this is what this is. That's the design philosophy for writing a story. We don't have the design philosophy for designing the artistic design of the world. This is the design of the world from a lore point of view, but this is the design of the world from an art visual point of view. So, and then in order to do the visual part, you need the art technical skills, which is what these things are, which is what the other documents are about. So specifically, the process of painting, right? You want to start with ideation. You want to start off with looking for references. From your references, you got your thumbnails. What are you tackling in your thumbnails? So if you learn my mental model thing that I set up, then you're tackling the different thing. And then once that is done, you move on to the next stage. You do color rough. You move on to the next stage. When you're done, you do your rendering, and then you can evaluate everything. And each part of this you can evaluate and evaluate. And if you don't like what you see, you can always come out and do a study. And then what is a study? How to study, and then that's like an entirely separate different thing. So that's where all of these things exist here. What is the style? I guess I can pull this out actually. Then this is kind of like an adjacent thing. It's not exactly inside this box, but it feeds into this box. What is this style? Art process. Studies. How do? Right? And then you have emotional regulation that kind of feeds into this a little bit as an adjacent concept. And what else do we have here? Let me just put everything in here. What is this? Oh, this is the planning for the bots. Right, this is some idea about inspiration versus why it's hard. Make it a right path. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to condense everything out into like a very complete and singular document or like flowchart, so that all the information is sort of presented in a way that makes sense. So anyone that reads it has a very logical flow through all of the ideas and see how they relate to each other and what the importance is. But right, and then okay, right, I forgot about the presentation part. So the presentation part is the other part of this. So now you have different mediums and combining them. And all of these things feed into the final goal, which is to create this world. And so where do we stand here? So what am I trying to say here? So today's breakthrough is just understanding that depending on your goal, your frame of mind changes, right? Which is a very obvious thing to say. But right, I see what I'm saying, right? Every single box here is a potential target. And of course, this is the big box. This is the big box. There's an inherent hierarchy to this, because without this, you can't do any of this. But at the same time, they all kind of also feed into this. No, not quite, right? Because if I take this box in a vacuum, if I was just really good at doing art, but I didn't have any ideas, I don't have any stories, I don't have any characters in design, they don't fit this goal. So this doesn't exist in a vacuum. If I take the characters and the world design, they could fulfill this goal, but even then, you still have to find a way to present it. But isn't this kind of nonsensical? Because like you have to draw something, right? But regardless, I think the problem here is that today is that I've identified that depending on which one we're targeting specifically, I can take this and create stories and create character. I can put them in certain things, right? I can also do it in a vacuum. So let's say I do it in a vacuum, it'll be akin to doing these guys, right? It has no meaning, there is no story, there isn't a particular reason for drawing them other than just drawing them. That would be doing art by itself. Then we have the sort of story and character design and all that, and that would be stuff like this. And then we have the presentation stuff where we go one step further to try and set up a way of presenting this information beyond what is just art 2D. So actually, this is by definition taken out because that is default. So this is default. Oh no, I don't take it out. Sorry, I'm stupid. In this context, in this current context, this box here, this will just exist as a singular option, right? It's a valid option to present. It's just that it's a default option, so that if we're let's say for example, this is our goal for practice, we're not gonna practice this because it is the default, right? We could practice Live 2D, we can practice manga, we can practice video, but this is the default. We do simply because of this part. But anyways, so these are more like sub goals, right? And then I can actually do this. Oh, sorry. You can keep thinking about this dependency chain, right? Because essentially, in order for you to do this, actually no, yeah, in order for me to do that, I need time. And how do I get time? I be financially independent, so I don't have to worry about, you know, like if you have a job that lets you survive, you're good. And you also need to be in good health, so you don't have any health issues. So this is like the Maslow hierarchy of needs, I suppose, where this is the very tip of the pyramid, and this is the bottom of the pyramid. Actually, what is the hierarchy here? I forgot what it looks like. Right, so we have the physiological needs. This is what this part is. And then, I don't know about these two. I don't know about love and belonging, actually. I don't know if this counts, but at the very least, the top two would be the rest of the boxes here. This will be how it is, right? No love for me, I guess. Holy shit. Not even in my planning. Wow, that's amazing. So this would be the overall sort of framework, I guess. And in this context, we are doing what we're doing, targeting specific things, trying to make something of ourselves. I'm always impressed by how stupid everything looks after I'm done, because like it's like so bloody obvious, right? Like what like are you stupid, like kind of thing? Like why didn't I figure this out earlier, like 300 streams earlier? You know, I always wonder why that is the case. And to some extent I feel like maybe I just know certain things inherently, intuitively, but never managed to formally write it down or something. I definitely do think I should read more books, but I'm never gonna do it, by the way, just to be clear. I'm never gonna do it, but I do think reading books will probably help me expedite processes like this, because I don't have to figure it out for myself. I can just read someone else's solution. It's very reminiscent of Shou's problem, where he was talking about how he felt like he was too dependent from other people for feedback. Where is the nonsense that I wrote for that? Oh, I think I wrote it in the... Yeah, it sounds really stupid when I say it like that. But of course, like everything you do, there's opportunity cost. And at this point, I feel like that's probably gonna take too much time that we don't have. Like this is like the Shou's problem, right? Shou was wondering if he's relying too much on other people for feedback in order to go up. But the important thing is your art skill, not necessarily a problem solving of how to go up. If you always have people giving you feedback, and you really got like skillful enough at art, this is what you want, right? The art skill itself is what you want. You don't technically need this part, you need this part. So anyways, kind of reminiscent of this thing here. Wait, why is this? Oh, it's a separate layer. Anyways, Aniwase. What is this? Junk. I'm gonna start consolidating some layers together here. Boity. What is this? Inspiration. Actually, the bot stuff I'm gonna nuke because I don't need it here. It's not important. What is this? Progress do until limits. So this is how to push limits. Oh, I see. This is used in conjunction. Hey. Oh man, I need to get the website up ASAP, man. I need a place to consolidate information there. Right, let's get this done quickly, I guess. I don't really like the face proportions as much, but I think like I said yesterday, since at least Duvet likes this, I am okay with this. At least one person likes it. Conjunction? What is the title? Sorry, what? Conjunction? Did I use the word conjunction? Issues with the hair? Which part, Igami? Kinda hard to see. I don't think it looks a lot like her though. Like the front part here. I don't remember what I said it in relation to. If you can jog my memory, I can explain myself. But otherwise, I don't remember what I said. Jolt my memory, not jot memory. God damn it, dude. Oh, I do have a target. I'm not sure if I'm gonna use the target. Right, talking about the two, like the two strands that go across the eyes, right? These two strands. See it. Like this part here and this part here. I wanted it to follow the curvature here. I guess it could be a little bit more. Because the side view is not gonna intersect though, if that's what you're talking about. Do you mean like you want it to go over the eyes? In the middle of the part? You think this part is too big then? Right, as in like, so is your... Sorry, because the way you phrase it, you said you have issues with the hair, then the next sentence you were talking about the hair that intersects. Okay, yes. So that was what I was wondering. So you probably thought that it's too big in the middle. Okay. Fair enough. I do think it's too big too, just to be clear. The main reason why I put it over here is I don't want to draw the braids. That was my main argument yesterday, if I remember correctly. I might not have been very clear with it, of like, but because I didn't know where this braid goes. Like, you don't really see where it goes. In order for the braid to hold its shape, right, something needs to be tied up at the end here. But like, I don't know where this tie off is. There are no signs that it goes anywhere. So in order to avoid the complications, because if I'm drawing this angle and it's going in, I need to figure out where it's going in. We could maybe get away with, let me see. What? Oh, I already had a layer there. Square hole? Yeah, let me Google that. Where is Rossi square hole? What? Who said that? Yo, what the heck, man? Who said that? Yo, mods, ban that guy. No mods. And the guy who said it was a streamer. Holy shit. The system is rigged. God damn. Because this ref is very turned. Ours is only turned a little bit. I guess the eyes would still be it'd still be in front of the eyes, I think. If I do this, then I don't know what happens here, how this part is supposed to look like. Alright, I probably need to bend this a little bit more. So high up, actually. Yeah, some weird liminal space here. Some weird empty space, it feels like. Who is White Sakata? Is that someone that someone has recommended before on stream? But no, I think the answer is a resounding no. I don't know who that is. I need to check them out. Oh, sorry, music ended. Lamau. Whoops. Uh, well, what song is it? It's the newest one. So I'm just gonna assume it's the newest one. I'm gonna listen it off of. Let me listen it on my own. Let me see. 4 days ago, 5 minutes 50 seconds. Devotion made in a daydream. It is nice. It is nice. Look at that. It reminded me of all those audio games, right? I mean, it's probably for that. I see that's for some finals or something. It is nice, but it's not a very listenable song in a sense. Like it's way too like for me of course. It's for me. I'm not saying like if you listen to this you're crazy. Um but it is very chaotic. Alright, alright. Yeah, it's too chaotic. It's quiet. It's quieting down. And now it's chaotic again. And now it's more like a hard bass at this point. The beats are, I guess it's not that deep, but this happens a lot. Like I feel like this is very common for like those audio game music pieces, because these are the focal, right? This is the whole point. The music is the whole point. So they get to get a like use, be a lot more sort of impactful, and take center stage. Whereas I use music for a very specific purpose. Whether if it's to get in the mood for drawing or do certain things, they need to fit that specific thing. And being this chaotic means that it's not possible to serve that purpose. It's just different things for different purposes. But yes, thank you, George. Don't worry about it. Like everyone does things differently, right? I appreciate all the recommendations, 100%. I know like most of the time I'm not very, I don't seem very receptive. Like even if I do listen, I don't really have too much opinions most of the time. But that is not to say that I don't appreciate what you guys are doing. That's two very separate ideas. But of course, like if you guys are recommending, you would like to, you know, share that enthusiasm and find someone who shares it. And I totally get it if you're like what's the word? Not that keen on sharing other things if I'm not that receptive to these, like the stuff you have already shared. But I just want to be crystal clear about the situation here. I find that like sometimes people don't talk about what they're feeling or why they do certain things, and it just leads to a lot of potential misunderstandings. Not to say that there's any here, just to be clear as well. I feel like the way I'm communicating is as though like I spend most of my life causing miscommunication and misunderstandings. Because I keep trying to clarify this, clarify that. But like I'm happy to report that I actually don't have many issues like this because I keep doing this. I see a lot of communication errors on other people's part. I hear friends talking about different sort of miscommunication issues they have with other friends, dramas that have resulted as a result, and I really hate those things. So I was like, oh shit, I've seen this before. Let me just be sure that it's not gonna happen here. That's why there's a tendency to be a very what's the word, naggy about stupid shit like this. I don't think it's stupid. That's why I'm being naggy, but. Communication is hard. I mean, like, you can see on stream that, like, most of the stuff that I'm working out about the theory and all the ideas and stuff, it's not because I don't want to, right? It's because I don't see it. You don't see it in a certain way until it happens enough times, or, like, you've tried some other things. So miscommunication, you know, sometimes when people say stuff that they don't really mean, it's not necessarily because of they wanted to do it maliciously. It is what it is. I'm actually feeling kind of sick from the stuff I ate. I wonder if it's because it's like, you know, a little bit too overdue. I feel like vomiting. Oh, I could just be tired. I have no idea. Anyways, streamer vomits live on stream. Part 1 out of, I don't know. More to come, I guess. Shit. Yeah. No, 9 hours not that long, but it's takeout. You know, you don't know how many hours before that they have left it out, right? It's not like they keep it in the they cook it the moment you order it. And also things go bad differently depending on the freshness of the ingredient, depending on if they cross-contaminated with other things, you know, that kind of stuff. It's not a given, a lot of these things. In fact, it's kind of impressive that people don't shit themselves every day. I think about how much trouble it is to cook for yourself. And I think about cooking like hundreds and hundreds of meals every single day for years and years on end for strangers that you don't really care about that much. There's no way things are that clean. Absolutely zero way. I think they're gonna wash like all the 10 different woks and pots that they use every day thoroughly. I don't think they even do wash it. But that's Burger King, isn't it? Oh, it's a Subway, shit. Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. Yeah. Number 15, the Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus. But as it turns out, that might just be what you get. What the hell is this? What is this copy and pasting? It's the same thing being copy and pasted. God damn, dude. What a great use of storage. Every day I'm feeling sick. Ugh, shit. Sorry, what about the Burger King fungus? George, like, why did you bring it up? Is that something you wanted to, Oh, just because we're talking about food. Right. I got Men in Black by the thing. I just completely forgot. I got completely derailed. My god. Such is the legacy of 4chan. What do I want to do today? What color? What brush should I use here? Yeah, like I was reading the paragraph, right? It said that apparently within like 30 minutes. Yeah, the good old 4chan classic. There's also Shia LaBeouf getting found out. His stupid ass flag. And then there's also the I mean Rainbow nowadays, right? Rainbow. I think back in the day as well, people were able to do what Rainbow did, which is to look at the photos, look at the lighting, look at the sun, look at the position of the sun, look at some of the plants and shit. You figure out which hemisphere, at what time of day. You do some trigonometry, you can figure out the what? Shia LaBeouf. This guy, when Trump first got elected, he started a flag thing. Right, he will not divide us. 2017 interactive art installation and live stream protest against President Donald Trump. But people started trolling him and started messing it up. Yeah, this thing. And then wasn't there one time where 4chan's data intel actually led to some airstrike somewhere? I can't remember. What fun. Isn't life fun, guys? Do I want to do this or no? Is anyone It's fun. There's actually a furry convention right now going on in Vancouver. Like, it's a, I believe it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What fun. I think when I was a kid, my dream was to become an information broker. Because I remember watching Durarara and like, what's his name? Izaya. Izaya is like the coolest shit ever. Because information, he controls everyone. He makes people fight for no reason or something. I can't remember how the story went, but it looked really fun. Oh, it looks so fun to be manipulative and controlling people. Wow. I want to be just like him. Now all I want to do is nothing. Can you imagine having an entire day where you can do literally nothing? Like, you don't have to do you don't have to even get food. Like, you just assume like food is ready. Do nothing, dude. Holy shit. Even when I take times off, I still have to do something. When I take days off, I mean. Ah, damn, bro. I know, right? Like, so here's the thing, right? If you're in that exact situation, you will want to not be in that situation. It's always how it is, isn't it? Like, humans always want something they don't have. Dang, dude. The human experience. This is how it is. Take me home, country fucking roads. Right, there should be a balance. The issue, I think, is not that you can't find a balance, but the balance point is always moving. I was having a conversation with Lego Mia about like what kind of games I like, because I keep buying factory games, right? So I played Arknights Enfield, right? And it's got factories in them. I'm like, oh, this factory's pretty cool, you know? It's kind of like programming. It's kind of like just doing work. And then I was like, you know what? Let's check out Victoria. I've always heard good things about it. Let's take a look. And I bought it, and I was so tired. I was so overwhelmed. It felt like work. And then I started thinking about what kind of games I like. And over a course of a couple of days of discussing this issue with Lego Mia, myself, me discussing with myself, by the way, and also with ChatGPT, because I'm just bouncing ideas, I realized that it's not really about what kind of games you like, but what you like in that moment. Like, because games, okay, for games to be fun, it needs to have a challenge that you can overcome, right? You need to feel challenged, but you need to succeed. At least in my case, you have to succeed. But if you have to be challenged and you have to do work, that inherently is related to your energy level. So depending on how energetic you feel, how much energy you have left, it changes, right? There are times where you want to play more challenging games, there are times that you don't. And I think it's pretty obvious now that I say that. Once again, right? Another very obvious thing. But that's why it's like a moving target. So you'll never be able to find the perfect game because it's always changing depending on what's happening. So that balance, I think, between like having nothing to do versus being really swamped with work, right? Doing a lot of work, because doing a lot of work is great. It's fulfilling once you get it done, right? Of course, if you get it done first. But assuming you get it done, you know, it's fulfilling. It's good. Gives you something. But too much of it, you die. But it's also probably not that straightforward for balance, because depending on I don't like this new hair. It looks kind of stupid. It doesn't really follow the vibe that I have of her. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. It looks kind of like the one girl from Blue Archive that everyone says is stinky because she doesn't shower or something. What's her name? Miyu? No, not Miyu. Okay, what's her name? The librarian, I think. Was she in the library? Ui. Yes. Thank you very much. Did I misremember? The vibes here are very similar for some reason. Like, something about this part of the hair here. Anyways, distraction. Anyways, my favorite game right now is still just Deep Rock Galactic, because you don't have to think. I don't have to think. It's a game that has challenge, but it doesn't require me to think, because I've done it so many times now. So it's nice. It's very nice. Also, when your team is really good, it's really, really good. I need to set more ground rules. Come on, man. Am I this stupid? Oh my god, thank you for the follow. Which I can't see your name. Too small on my OBS again. Hearts? Anyways, thank you. It's probably not a hacker, it's just a modded game. I've played a good share of modded game. Wait, which message? Hang on a second. I cannot see, it's way too small on my screen, on my OBS screen. So I'm gonna have to go over to Twitch hard to read. Yes, thank you very much. What? My stream has the disclaimer about being sexual? I didn't know that. I mean, I'm the one who set it up. Yeah, modern games are really good. I really like playing modern games where it's just non-stop action and everyone starts every event at the same time. I think that's the correct way to play modern games. Because if you're just gonna do everything one by one, just go play normal games, bro. Just start everything. Thank you very much. Do it. Do it now. Do it now. Do it. No need for ready checks. Just go. I like this hair more because of this part. But at the same time, none of them register as Rossi for me. I think none of these registers. Because the facial proportion is different from what I think it should be. So once again, at an impasse, being technically correct with the setup that they have, or doing whatever the hell I want. Yes, thank you, Heart, Doreen. My art style is very unstable, but thank you nonetheless. What do I have to? Oh. I want to see both layers at the same time. I'm gonna take over the lines then. Thank you very much. Hey, hey, hey. And then I'm gonna get nothing. I'm gonna do half and half, and then I'm gonna get something that is neither here nor there, and I don't like it. Come out. Story of my life. Every single fucking day, swear to God. Oh. Market is going down, guys. Remember to buy some stocks. You mean like the thingies at the back, right? Yeah, I wonder what the setup is for. Yeah, neither here nor there. How many times do I have to shoot this lesson? Oh man. Yeah, this is all gonna be blocked though. Can I accept that? There's a certain appeal to just like having a very tiny part of the eyes be visible. But at the same time, right now, I think this might be too much. Let me see. I'm just gonna use a clipping mask here and see what happens. Yeah, she used it to cut up the apple. I like apples. I eat like a couple apples a day. But I like it probably because Hollow likes it in the past. Okay, copy. Well, Hollow is like my first waifu. She like apple, I like apple. Yum yum yum. I like Hollow. I see those Reddit threads about like choosing a waifu once in a while. I think mine will probably always be Hollow. Oh yes, Spice and Wolf Hollow, yes. Sorry. If I say Hollow Hololive honestly would make sense, would make a lot more sense now that I think about it. That should be the first thing that comes to everyone's heads nowadays. It is not for me. The Bleach Hollow? That is quite a few jumps away, I think. If at all, in my brand. Broski. Hololive. Hololive. Nichisanji. Hololive. Those videos that compare Hololive and Nijisanji are the best. It's been a while. It's been so long since I watched any VTuber content. Nowadays, I actually try to avoid it. Why do I try to avoid it? I feel like it makes me feel sad almost. Huh. Why do I do the things I do? I do not know. If that's the case, do I even need this now? Because I'm really full commit into the sequence then. Okay. This is fine. What am I doing? I'm just gonna do a check for the eyes again, just to be sure that I'm gonna like what I do, what I'm gonna get. Yeah, it works. It's fine. It's like right smack almost in the middle of the eye for this one, but I think it's it's what I want. Is that what I want? Don't care. It's what I'm gonna get. Okay, let's move on. It's not meant to be this cumbersome once again. Like this sketch was meant to be quick, but let's just say I'm really good at making things harder for myself. I might say I have a talent for it. Hololive. Nichisanji. I'm not gonna bother. Whoa. That's pretty hot. Wait, what? Who says that? Who said that? Mods ban that guy. Mods. Dreamer has a schizophrenic episode on Dream. And then shits himself. From leftover food. Wow. I'm gonna be so famous, guys. See you guys on the front page of Reddit. What? You haven't driven yourself mad from practicing and doing art? You're not a real artist. Oh my god, one day it's gonna become like that, isn't it? What do you mean you still have a head of hair? You haven't pulled all your hair out from doing art yet? What? Not a real artist. What? Yeah, do be careful. Yes, sir. Doesn't look like we can color today. Got it. I don't know if it's just a me problem. I feel like whenever I get really swamped like this, I can't breathe. It's not that I can't physically breathe, it's just I keep forgetting to breathe. So that's why I keep sighing. Because I'm just not breathing. I do this a lot at work as well. Especially when the things start to get stuck. Gotta take some deep breaths. And then... Oof. Go bold and say go bald. Mm-hmm. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain. But I on my feet again. You're in the mountain. Yum yum. Right? You kind of stop breathing because you're like a sniper trying to take a shot. Like, what am I talking about? Let it rain, let it rain. My God. Sniper. Snipers, good job, mate. Scout? I don't know what the scouts say. I can't do Scout's voice. I don't know what to do with my voice. You know, like, there is like, you know which direction to go in, but you're bad at doing it. But there's also the, I just have no idea where I'm supposed to go with my throat. Like, what I'm supposed to do with it. I'm running circles around, yeah. What do you say? Next time eat a salad. Perfect Scout voice. Nice. Jeremy. Just call him Jeremy. I know. Wait, is Scout's name Jeremy? I forgot. Oh, is that Jerma's name? God damn it. I don't know why Jerma's synonymous with Scout for me in my head. Beer. Shit. How's it going? I'm like fucking schizophrenic right now. Spee. It's all just German brain fart. Every single one is just a brain fart. Singing. Nothing's more embarrassing than going to karaoke with friends, quote unquote, that you don't really know that well. Ordering a song and then giving up halfway because you realize you sound like dog shit. You know, if it's friends that you were close with, that's fine. If it's people that you are not really that like you don't really know, I think it's still also slightly better than people that you kind of know and they kind of know who you are, but then you do this stupid embarrassing shit. I think this is like the worst case scenario. More than just complete strangers, because at least complete strangers you don't really care as much. Anyways, on an unrelated note, I haven't been to karaoke for a really long time. Karaoke. Oh, how'd that go? Thrilling, huh? Alright, okay. I see you're not using words like traumatic. I'm inclined to believe that it didn't go too badly. Do I know Origami? Hey kids? When you say "Hey kids," the first thing I think of is pumped up kicks. That's what the song is called, right? How does this song go again? Ria, you little shit. I still need like a really smart character. Like a very technically smart. Actually, no, that's Faye. Actually, technically, that's Faye. Faye is smart, but she's just kind of not given the chance to be to really let it shine. So I can make it so that afterwards she helps out here and there with like other smart people, but not like they're really smart other people, but then she's the only one who can sort of consolidate everything together. That'd be kind of nice. She can feel good about herself. It's nice. Via is smart because of intuition, but she wouldn't be very technically capable. And then the other characters are... So we have emotionally intelligent. And then we have the combat genius archetype. People who can fight. Yeah, so that works for me. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, what does the skull say? Think fast, chuckle nuts? Dang it. Yeah, maybe one day, maybe not. But take me home. Take me home now. Oh, I can barely smell it. What key is this from 15 years ago? Oh shit, is this the same layer? Wait a minute. Wait, what? Since when did I switch to this one? I don't know. Tip Studio. What are you doing? I want to just commit having this year point at me, but I'm also not liking that basically it's just a freaking semicircle. It relies purely on rendering to show the tip here. I've never dared to commit because of this. I don't want to do it here though. Wait, how low should this go? Huh, it's a lot lower than I thought. Well then, hello there. I don't really know if it's physically capable of doing this. Because animal ears, when they go down, they go airplane, right? They go to the side and back. This wouldn't even be visible then if that's the case. It would kind of go the other way. This would go the other way. Let's just make it easy. I forgot that the requirement is to not get too caught up on certain details here, so we never finish. It looks like crap though. Okay, wait. I'm just gonna do this later. Right, we still have some other things here. Oh, hello, show. Welcome to I don't know. Where are we actually? This is Limbo. Yeah, you're right. I do think you're right. I do 100% agree. But yet I still do this. Because of inertia, because of it being the thing that we always do, that I always do. Either way, I don't have the power to finish this today, Aniwase. So we're just gonna chill. How are you doing, show? Very cool. Paradise. Yes. Well, people like to say rules are meant to be broken, but I think there should be a secondary line that says, like, rules are meant to be broken if you can understand what the rules are there for. There's the spirit of the law versus the word of the law, right? Like sometimes like you don't want to follow the law every single word. I'm not saying to do illegal stuff. Again, disclaimer. That's not what I meant. Um, but like if someone's exploiting loopholes in the law just so that they can get something for themselves as a personal gain, then you shouldn't follow it and let them do it. It's there to protect people. So if the rules are there to, like art rules are there to make things look good. But if you can make it look good without following the rules or by breaking it, then that's by all means. But only if you understand the mechanism by which the rules allow for that, I would say. Which I don't fully understand. What did you miss? Not much, Igami. If you're referring to what we're talking about, just talking about breaking rules, you know. Like in my old school, like what, like 15 years ago? You're not allowed to pee in a soap dispenser, but people do it anyways. You're not allowed to throw like tissues on the ceiling and have it be stuck there like paper maches, but people do it anyways. Yeah, you have to know the rules to break them. I feel like it's not being very clear. I think people should say you should understand why the rules are there before you break them. Because knowing the rules doesn't mean you understand it. But it's a little bit pedantic. But oh damn, man. What a long road ahead. Good thing you guys are here. Oh, noise. Miku Expo? Just for Miku? That seems a little biased. I'm fucking insane right now. Brain's not working. Was it April 18? Let me see. Doug Mitchell Thunderbird Sports Center, UBC Thunderbird Arena, Vancouver, BC. This is for one day? Just one day? Saturday, 8 p.m. How many tickets? I used to rule the world. Oh, the Stargate is over here. Looking Long live the king. 1 minute I have the key. Next the walls closed on me. I don't know if it's worth it, man. Like it's interesting, I suppose, but. By the way, like these kind of infrastructure is like one of the most pain in the ass to design. You not only have this issue where multiple people might be buying the same ticket from different parts of the world, and your website, I think in this case at least, I guess it's very localized. I guess concerts tend to be more local to a specific area, but imagine you have multiple distributed computers all potentially buying the same thing. You have to decide on the consensus. Oh my god, I'm thinking about it. I really want to vomit. God damn. 20 tickets. Why does it bother letting me choose a number of tickets if it's just going to give me another choice here anyways? What's the difference? Anyways. Hatsune Miku. Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman was singing. Thank you, George. Are you gonna go? You're not even in the country. But like, are you gonna go, George? I'll see you there, George. I'm gonna buy like 10 tickets. You guys better be there. $2,000. If it's Coldplay, I would go. Yeah, Jerusalem bells ringing. South? Oh, in the south? That was when I ruled the world. Yes. US of A. And so yeah, if there were one, I would probably go too. Coldplay, One OK Rock, I think are the two concerts that will actually bother going. Everybody else can just be on YouTube, you know. And so we pray. Pray that I don't give up. Pray that I do my best. Pray for gentle winds. Pray I. Yep, I got the call. Thank you. 01. Shadow of death and so pray. And so we pray. And so we pray. Pray that we make it to the end. Oh, everything has ended. Coco. Coco. Are we there yet? Get good, I get got. Goo gaga. Where did her neck go? Oh. It's over there. I say. Oh, it's kind of high. Right, I wouldn't be able to see any of this. That's why I didn't draw it, because I haven't finished the hair yet. Oh, I am die. Thank you forever. Oh man, I'm so tired. I'm zoning out. This might be it for today. How did we do 8 hours before? Holy shit. Don't let me distract you from your work, by the way. Uh-oh. Wait. Why did my bot... Okay, my bot went down. Stupid ass bot. My bot's hourly check-in is... My bot's hourly check-in has reset to 1:55 a.m. That's not good. Because the bot is designed to go back to the same message even on restarts. The only reason why it would be different would be, god damn it, that the file got deleted. So what that means is that some of the stats might end up getting reset. Hang on. It's a pain in the ass. Kinda have to deal with this right now, because the implication isn't very good here. And the problem being that I don't remember how my bot works. I'm falling in love, baby, for the first time. There is the time. No, the bot, my stupid ass bot went down. Like, if you look at this message here, this is not meant to be here, it's meant to be here. So sometime between 5:55 p.m. and 1:55 a.m. Wow, basically... Wait, what? 5:55 p.m. it reported here. But this reported at 6:55 p.m. But why did it write a new message? So it went down around like 9 hours ago? 7-8 hours ago, I think. And then for some reason it reset into a new message, which is not what it's supposed to do. I don't think. Let me look at the code real quick. Falling in. Where is my code actually? Oh, it's here, First time, maybe it's fine. What it feels like. Channel ID, message ID. So for some reason it swapped the message ID. This message ID is 147967. 147967. Yes, it swapped to the new message ID. What is the old one? 146229. What is the first one? Channel ID. Just confirm some of the numbers here real quick. 162 was it 146228? Okay. Why did the thing change then? So it grabs the message ID here, it saves it in here. What is this? 0 seed only, use if no state file. I don't think it's a problem with the bot code. I think it's more of the server deciding that this thing to delete the file for some reason. 255 is the last write. Wait, 255? We're not even 255 yet. What time zone is this? Huh. I don't know. What is it doing? I don't know. Oh. Because I don't have the default ID set up here. I could change this and then upload the updated copy, but because this is not set, if it cannot find this file, I'm pretty sure it just writes a new message. If message is not none, right? Await channel fetch message ID. But message ID starts as 0. Why is it called save first? What? If message is not none, try await. Right, yeah. So for some reason, it couldn't fetch the existing one. So this is none. This didn't trigger. It wrote a new message ID saved to the same file, which is hard-coded to be the same file every time. And as a result, overwrote the last save file, and therefore now we have two messages. I don't know why I couldn't read the message. It could be a Discord side problem too. Maybe it just couldn't fetch the message in time. Because we only try once here. We only try once. Channel is bot, right? And then bot is passed in here. It's from Discord library, which is not open here. It's my bot. It's my bot. It's my own bot. That's why all the code is here. It's using discord.py, the Discord library for Python. But I mean, like, it doesn't seem like it's broken. I think what's happened isn't that the message got deleted. So the server's files are safe. It is just like Discord not being able to respond with the message. That's why it ends up writing a new one. Wait, hang on. What about the other ones? Persistent message ID new. VC total message IDs. I already closed my terminal, but VC total message IDs looks like this is going to be persisting throughout. It's the same setup, which means it's the same potential problem for all the other ones too. Anyways, if the bot works, it works. I don't want to add more stuff to my plate. We are dying. But looks fine, I suppose. I'm gonna hop off here and go shit my pants again. I'll see you guys on Monday. Hopefully with good news of like the website being updated and stuff like that. But anyways, thank you guys for coming. Have a good night, guys.